may have forgotten to change. No, I definitely set the game. The overlay is just on the camera thing. Are you sure you don't just have a cache? Hello. One sec. Okay, good that is. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, it's not actually a box table. That's just anti-rabbit armor. See, there's actually a nice little drawer table under here. We just don't want him chewing up the wood. Oh, yeah, that's true. That thing serves both as a table, but it was intended primarily, if you'll notice. Oh, it's barely visible. There's little, like, openings in a couple sides for cats or rabbit to run through. Pet play place. Same with the cardboard back there in front of Daniel's desk. Yeah, I went over, took a look at the speakers, and yeah, those were turned up a bit higher than I remembered them being, so that probably... Okay, I was worried about that. It's easily fixed, though. Okay. Well, yeah, like I was telling Daniel just before the show, just before I went live, the game seemed louder than other things, so I wasn't sure. That's also a good idea. Thank you, Daniel. Sound settings. Yeah, that's the right mic. Ooh, sausages. Let's see, device properties. Yeah. That's correct. No, that's not what I wanted to click. Sound control panel, just to make absolutely sure. Playback is coming out of the right speakers, but frequently it'll decide to... Yeah, it hears input from multiple different audio sources, but it's... Okay, yeah, it's... There. Now it should only be hearing this microphone right here. Okay, and the music will swell again in a moment. I feel like that might be a little quiet, though. it is? Really? Okay, well, I definitely want to be hearing it well on my end, but if it's... I can turn down that volume some more. How's that? Is that any better? I've turned down the recording volume. Not much. Like, there's barely any change that I can do. Like, I can increase the device recording levels by 6%. That's how close it was to max volume. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, Bizarro and Daniel both say that helped a lot, so I'll take it. I'm surprised that made such a huge difference. Going from 94 to 100. Right.
Was the real problem. But it was, because I could barely hear it on my laptop speakers.
Right. Well, you know, I would like to remain balanced against even the swells, you know. Like, if there's an explosion or something in game and that's louder than me, that makes sense. That's fine. But
yeah, if you're going to be reading in different voices,
mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you're referring back to what he was saying. I was like, poor fellow? What? Oh, okay. Alright, well, let's see if this mixing holds up. Greetings, Internet. It is 2:13 p.m. on Monday, December 5th, 2022. I'm Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack, and I'm holding court here on the throne of games. Excuse me. Today I'm going to be starting Shadowrun Hong Kong. I played the previous two games quite some time ago. Oh, okay. Steam. Oh, or do you mean Daniel? Oh, no, there it is. Confirm. Cool. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I've heard this one isn't quite as good as Dragonfall, but Dragonfall's a pretty high bar to live up to, so I feel like I still won't be disappointed by this. I'd wanted to start this one on Black Friday as well. That seemed like an awfully appropriate time to start a game about a hyper-capitalist dystopia. But I wasn't feeling great, and I continued to not feel great for another week after that. And I'm feeling mostly better now, but hopefully this won't, like, wear out my voice too badly. Like, I still feel a little throat fragile, but who knows, that might just be more like back of the nose stuff. Anyway, let's begin. Ah. What is bonus? Oh, okay, it requires import of a final save game from the main campaign. I see. Alright. Hong Kong. A stable and prosperous port of call in a sea of chaos, warfare, and political turmoil. The Hong Kong Free Enterprise Zone is a land of contradictions. It is one of the Sixth World's most successful centers of business, and also one of its most dangerous sprawl sites. A land of bright lights, gleaming towers, and restless spirits, where life is cheap, and everything is for sale. Well, I mean, things change over time, but that description, to me, anyway, sounds a little less like, Hong Kong, and a little more like Kowloon Walled City. Which, if you haven't heard the stories of that place, it no longer exists. It was bulldozed in, like, the late 90s or early 2000s. But it was effectively an autonomous city within China. Ruled by the mob. Like, they had complete control there. It had no real laws to speak of, but, like, or, you know, nothing that actual state forces could enforce. So, you know, there was lots of vice crime going on there. But it had one of the lowest violent crime rates, like, anywhere. Which is kind of surprising and impressive, honestly, and kind of, you know, kind of puts shame to the war on drugs, you know? Like, you can avoid violent crime by just not prohibiting things. Yep. But also, since there were... Yes, I was just about to mention that. The city didn't really have much in the way of municipal services either, so the streets themselves, full of trash. Like, you could not walk on the streets. They built scaffolds between all the buildings, so you walked above everything. And just, like, through buildings, and... Yeah, that is a place that I would have loved to explore. But eventually the Chinese government did move in and basically bulldoze the city. And I don't know what's there now. Okay, your current global difficulty setting is normal. Yeah, normal sounds good to me. Absolutely, I agree. Let's see. Humans were the only race on Earth until the Awakening in 2012. Now they find themselves the definition of average, or even normal. They are still the most populous race in the world, and thus control many of the most powerful, moneyed, and important positions in society. Elf. Many people consider elves to be the most fortunate metahumans. They are more attractive and socially accepted than the other metahuman races. Elves are taller than humans, but have a more slender build. Their hair is usually thicker, longer, and more luxurious than average, and their ears come to a point. Dwarves are the shortest of the metahuman races, although their torsos and shoulders are wider than their size would indicate. Thus, their strength is equal to, and sometimes greater than, the larger races. Your face is an elf. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Okay, well, let's see. In Shadowrun Returns, I was playing my dwarf rigger. Oh, well, thank you. And then in Dragonfall, I adapted VL into Shadowrun, an orcish druid. Who do I play this time? And of course, there's also trolls. Dork. Huh. Oh, that reminds me of something like a tweet that I saw yesterday or the day before, or something like that, about this, like a little kid in an aquarium gift shop or something like that. He saw this little, like, aquatic dragon thing. He's like, wow, that fish looks like a dragon. It's a fish dragon. And then he portmanteaued those words in the worst way possible. And all the adults around him were like, let's find a different word for that. You see, that would have been better. That would have been a lot better than what the kids said. Fishagon sounds like a... You know what Fishagon sounds like is one of those MC Escher tessellation drawings, paintings, whatever medium he did those in. Was it paint or were they pen, charcoal, pencil? I don't know. Yeah, the fish disc. Drag fishing. Drag fishing sounds like a... That sounds like a number of things, actually. Kind of like trawling. You could call drag fishing. Or like speed fishing. Yeah, it does. Exactly. Or one that would get targeted by right-wing terrorists. They do. Okay, so I feel like elf or troll I want to do. I don't really have any particular pre-made characters to bring to this though. Um hmm. You know what? I think I can just bring back my dwarf rigger unless something else strikes my fancy. Hmm. Or or I could go back to my uh, stay sort of in universe and go back to my Earth Dawn character. The I forget what the name of the class was in Earth Dawn, but Street Samurai would be the closest equivalent to that. It's like Sword Master, something. Oh, I do not like how big the model's mohawk is there. That's just excessive. Like, the portrait is fine, but yeah. Okay, now you see that hairdo still fits with the portrait. What else do we have? Kitty. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh dear. Okay. Uh, are you at the mod console, Daniel? Can you? Thank you. I'll handle the Discord side. There we go. Teamwork. The Discord is just the Radio PSI Discord. If you, the link is a bit buried deliberately to prevent opportunists from jumping in and trashing things. But if you hit the blog, yeah, no. If you hit my blog, you'll find the link to it there, unless that link has expired, which is possible. Uh, hmm. This guy looks familiar. I feel like I encountered him in one of the last games. Illuminati. Da, da, da. That's an interesting fellow. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, it was a cool style. Either this guy or there was one other one that I was looking at. I do like the cat, though. I do like the cat. Uh, they would kind of fit. Nope. Come on. What? Why? Oh. Wait, really? That portrait does not... Oh well. Yeah, no, that's definitely more of a Decker. Yeah, I'll stick with him. But definitely changing the hairstyle. That one would be fine. Yeah, that one looks even more like what his hair is there. So let's stick with that. Yeah, given when this game is set, Descendant would probably be more accurate.
Oh, does that mean I still have a chance of grandbabies?
I mean, did you see the guy here?
Yeah. Possible.
Yeah.
Or it could be Ricky from Trailer Park Boys.
I can see that too. Okay. Karma? I can talk. Karma represents the experience characters earn while running the shadows and achieving goals. Karma is used to improve attributes and skills. An attribute or skill rating can be increased by spending karma equal to the next increment of that rating. Thus, improving your body from 4 to 5 requires you to spend 5 karma points. You have some karma available now to customize your character. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if they reused or possibly just retouched some of the character portraits, at least for like minor characters and whatnot. I'm probably going to want a high body stat for a straight Sam.
Elon Musk says he faces quite significant risk of being assassinated. Oh, hell yeah, I'd take a pot shot at it if I had the chance and if I had a weapon.
I mean, I can think of other people I'd target first, but...
Yeah. But he'd be in the top 10, probably.
Maybe. The name's Samuel. Straight Samuel.
And now you saw where Trump calls for the termination of the Constitution?
Yeah, I saw... Mr. Moore shared something about that. That's where I saw that.
Yeah.
I responded with something like, the Constitution could stand some revision, but like hell am I letting him near it?
Yeah.
I've heard of that game. I should try it. Although it looks a bit like it'd just be QWOP but refined. Well, I'm not going to be using this for magic. But, Having etiquettes seems...
Robert Plant,
Mm-hmm.
or lead singer from Led Zeppelin,
Mm-hmm.
before they broke up in 1980.
Yeah.
John Bonham died. This the scene from Spinal Tap
Mm-hmm.
that shows the band Spinal Tap wandering around backstage. They're lost and trying to find their way to the stage, and they keep circling around and everything. Robert Plant says, "Getting lost on the way to the stage. That was us when we played in Baltimore. It took 25 minutes to do the 100 yards from our Holiday Inn through the kitchen to the arena."
Hey, would you pour me some more drink, please? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. There've been a few games like that. As much as I like it conceptually, I gave up pretty quick on I Am Toast, which plays similarly. And Octodad looks very silly. Like, conceptually, I just like that one. I have no idea if I would enjoy it or not, but... Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Alright, let's see if this, Oh, one more etiquette. For this guy, security seems about right. There we go. A Harebrained Schemes production.
You have one new message.
Hi. It's Raymond. I hope I have the right number. Look, I know we haven't spoken in a while, but I need your help. Remember the day I took you and Duncan off the streets? I told you that the past is just a story, that if you can just accept that, your past loses all power over you. Yeah. I was wrong. I'm on my way to Hong Kong now, to finish something I should have faced a long time ago. And I need you with me. I know we're not blood, and we didn't leave things in a good place, but you and Duncan are the only real family I have. Please, if our past means anything to you, meet me in Hong Kong right away. I'll explain more when you get here.
Raymond Black. The old man gave you a home once. Took you and Duncan off the gang-ridden streets of the Barrens, sheltered, educated, slapped sense into you both until you almost resembled productive members of society. And then you took off. Left it all behind. Landed behind bars for a time, tried to start a new life after that. It's been 8 years since you've heard Raymond's voice. Until out of the blue, you got this cryptic message. A plea for help. Meet me in Hong Kong, right away. And, wired to your account, enough nuyen to pay for the flight and then some. The descent is rough. A squall comes out of nowhere, sending a solid sheet of rain punching into the suborbital transport. With a ragged shudder, the plane finally skids to a halt at the edge of the Cheklepkok tarmac. An hour and an interminable number of emotionless security checkpoints later, you hail a water taxi to Victoria Harbor. Hong Kong looms ahead, pulsing with energy. You step from the churning of the water taxi to the ponderous rocking of the docks, your stomach lurching at the transition. As soon as you're clear, the captain nods once and steers the small craft back into the harbor. The man never said a word, just handed you a worn brown duffel bag when you stepped on board, filled with gear, some stiff new body armor, and a note, better safe than sorry. D. Above, smog-thick clouds hang low in the sky, reflecting the lights of the city in a nauseating swirl. The wind changes direction more than once, creating a heady stew of aromas: diesel, sea salt, street food, and filth. It's all you can do to keep your in-flight meal where it belongs. 2 figures stand waiting in the dim light of the pier. The first is an orc, lean, with in-your-face muscles and a jaw made to break fists. The second is an elf, one hand resting casually against her hip. Raymond Black is nowhere to be seen. Well, don't you look like shit? Duncan Wu, the closest thing you've had to a brother. Or the closest thing you have to a brother. You haven't seen the man in 8 years. Still as charming as ever. He grins. Green's not really your color, Adol. Doesn't go with that nice new armor I got you. As you open your mouth to respond, something shifts alarmingly in your stomach. A liquid, bubbling sensation. Don't know what you're talking about. Must be the harbor lights messing with you. Must be. Guess you still got some of your old fortitude, at least. He laughs. Considering how much synthahol we used to put down, I'd be surprised if you couldn't handle a little chop. Anyway, we gotta go find Raymond. Where is the old man? Never showed up. He's still got that same baritone rasp. Had it since he was 12. Wu developed early. When was the last time you saw him? A few weeks ago. Before I got his message telling us to meet him here. I'd been working a lot, so I hadn't been by the house in a while. Any idea what's going on? The orc bows his head. His voice sounds far away. No clue. All I know is that Raymond hasn't been himself in a long time. Raymond that I remember was a bit distant to begin with. This is different. He's been restless, staying in his study inside his own head a lot, and he barely sleeps anymore. I've been worried about him, but I haven't figured out what to do about it. He looks up at you and shrugs. And I didn't have a brother to turn to. Hell, wasn't too sure you were even alive still, until Raymond managed to track down your number. The woman standing beside him breaks in. We should get going, Duncan. Head back to the meeting point in case your dad shows up. Copy that, Sarge. They're wearing Lone Star body armor. Looks like Duncan Wu's gone private police. He was partner?
'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was partner? 'He was
Unfortunately, yes, although partner's not the right word for it exactly. I like superior officer better. She grins. I let him carry my coffee for me, write my parking tickets, that kind of thing. The woman taps her chest with an armored finger. Carter. I figured I could use some backup. Didn't know what Raid gotten himself into, and I wasn't sure you were going to show up. It's a tossed-off remark, but there's an undercurrent of resentment in it. Well, surprise, here I am. Yeah, well, I wasn't so sure, you know. Hey, look, I'm glad you're here, Adol. Seriously. But I'm gonna need some time to get used to having you around again. Been a while since I heard from you, know what I mean? Memories of sleepless nights in lockup flash by, wondering if you'd ever see Duncan or Raymond again. Wondering if you even wanted to. And then stepping out into the daylight, suddenly free, the fallout of some obscure corporate restructuring, a few hundred new yen worth of apology from your former jailers, and a decision to start a new life, to leave the past behind, all of it. Until now. I know I've been out of touch. Wu stares at you, his goggles reflecting the harbor lights. You could say that, yeah. He scans the waterfront, frowning. Well, let's just find Raymond. He was supposed to meet us in the plaza on the other side of this pier. The sooner we find him, the sooner you all can have a big happy family reunion over dinner. And the sooner I can find a place to get a drink around here. Damn right. Ahead of you, Hong Kong rises serpent-like from the sea. Government and megacorp coiled together, writhing in their basket of institutionalized corruption. No one can tell where the snake's body ends and its tail begins. That's what Raymond used to say. Duncan turns and starts down the pier. Carter follows. Fresh construction is expanding the harbor out into the water. Corporate interests can afford to create new streets. The guard shack at the end of the pier is dark and empty. Duncan gives the gate a push, but it doesn't budge. Huh. Well, that was open earlier. Duncan frowns. Looks pretty solid. Shouldn't there be someone here to let us out or something? Yeah. Smells a little funny, don't it? Who knows? It's Hong Kong. Not exactly sure how things work around here. Come on, rookie. We can cut through the construction site. I hate it when you call me that. The gate is locked, but the nearby control panel appears accessible. Carter pulls it open with a metallic screech that pierces your skull, sending a new wave of pain down to your churning stomach. She examines the control panel for a moment, then throws Wu a backward glance. Looks like there's another way off the docks on the other side of this gate. I think I can bypass the lock. Stand aside and let her work. Carter fiddles with some wires, and the door lock hisses open. Got it. Let's go. Movement. Shouting in Cantonese. So they sound angry, even if they aren't. The group on the dock was fishing a package out of a speedboat when you surprised them. Now the package is at the bottom of the bay, and the speedboat is disappearing into the distance. They close on you, red-faced and yelling. The light of the harbor glints off their weapons as they approach. The leader shouts something in Cantonese, but it's too fast to make out. You're rusty. It's been years since Raymond's house and the language lesson that wouldn't end. The old man never spoke anything but his native language at home. Wu speaks with authority. His Cantonese is as solid as ever. He never let it drop. You guys doing some late-night fishing? Tattooed gunman. The smuggler smiles. Oh yeah, we're fishing for assholes. Wu points at their weapons. You're gonna need some better bait. All you're gonna catch with that is trouble. Seriously? Did they teach you that in Rent-A-Cop school? He turns to you with a smile starting on his face. Then he thinks better of it. Turns back to the smugglers. Wu flashes his badge. Lone Star, put the guns down. The smuggler squints at Wu's badge, then smiles at his friends. Never seen a badge like that before. Either it's fake, or you're some kind of security guard. He grasps his rifle. Either way, this ends the same. I think he's done talking. You are now in turn-based combat mode. Each character on your team has an action pool. Spend these actions on movement, attacks, or using spells and items. Once your team's turn is complete, the enemy team will move and attack. Additional tutorial information is available from the reference guide, which can be accessed in the upper right corner of your PDA menu. Sadly, no. Oh, she's a caster. Oh, and there's some ley lines over there. Cool. Sounds about right. I am okay with this. Miss. Oh, I'm gonna do something anyway. Ha! Shot by your own dude. Zappy zappy. Do you think those guys were Triad? Not sure. I don't recognize their tattoos. They're stormtroopers. Tutorial stormtroopers. Well, let's see. They came out from over here, which means that they dropped their package somewhere in this vicinity. It's likely out of reach by now, but it's possible that it's not. Oh. Here we go. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. Toko, an illegal street drug made from the leaked kamikaze formula. Adds +1 body, +1 strength, and +1 willpower for 5 rounds. Every time the user is attacked, strength increases. Ooh. Fake. Another gate panel. This one's been vandalized and busted up good. Real nightmare of a repair job. Wu stares at the fence, considering. Loops and whirls of razor wire glitter in the lamplight. Yeah, it dropped into the water, but I don't actually know how deep the water is here. Probably kind of, but you know, it's possible we could still spot it and dive for it. Like, I was assuming it wasn't a huge package. But I guess it could have been. Like a big old crate or something. Looks edged with monofilament. The corporations here don't screw around. Guess we better find another way through. Duncan nods his agreement. Think you can get the gate open, Carter? She winks at him. What do you think? She eyeballs the job. It'll take me a few minutes, though. Frowning, she leans in to get a closer look at the mangled fuse box. A few seconds later, she starts pulling wires and yanking fuses, a look of intense concentration on her face. I thought she was a mage. In Cantonese, Adol. He sounds like Raymond when he does that. The pin of my aunt is sitting on the end table. Satisfied. He shakes his head, continues in Cantonese. You're gonna be a dick about this, Adol. We're in Hong Kong. Only Cantonese from now on. Just like when we lived at Raymond's house. Those endless drills are about to pay off. It's coming back. Won't be a problem. He nods once, satisfied, then turns his back and scans the horizon. At least you can still handle yourself in a fight. So you're Lone Star now, huh? His back's still to you. That's right. Aren't you wondering what I've been up to for the last 8 years? Still giving you his back. Nope. The silence between you gets louder, heavier. Then it's broken by a sudden wailing screech. Wu's hand goes to his holster. The screech is replaced by the sound of grinding wheels. Glancing over to the console, you see Carter grinning back at you. Got it. Closed. Huh. That sign's written in Sanskrit. I kind of want to look this up. Find out what it means. Something about Japan there. But I don't know what that third character is. It had to take me too long to transcribe that. The light from the nearby vendor stall stabs into your eyes, triggering a throbbing ache in the back of your skull. You stop short, squinting, as rough voices drift in on the wind. Rough voices vift. Where's everyone else? Where's the damned shipment? Haven't seen them yet. We just got here. Voice becomes irritated. Longway is probably waiting for us, so we can haul it out of the boat for him. That lazy bastard. Let's just hang out here. Let him find us. Carter keeps her voice low. Looks like we're on a stroll through Smuggler Central. These gangers don't know we're here. We could probably just slip past. Or we could clip them. They're already looking for us. Might be better to take them out now while we've got the element of surprise on our side. While unaware hostiles are on screen, press the unholster button to enter turn-based combat mode. I like that little holographic mascot thing there. Big something something. That's all I can make out. Uh-huh. A data pad. 58 new yen. That's something. That looks like a druid well thing, whatever those were called. Husky troll. Fusky troll. Hello, welcome, Insomniosis. Crossing the street, you can make out 4 shadowy figures loitering in the plaza ahead. Troll, orc, dwarf, elf. 2 men, 2 women. They're different from the smugglers on the dock. Alert, poised, professional. You can see they've made a token attempt to conceal their weapons. The unspoken message is clear. We're strapped. Mind your manners. Wu stands up tall, takes that amused tone he gets whenever he's standing toe-to-toe with someone bigger, someone who doesn't know they're about to go down. Evening, folks. You got permits for those bazookas? The thick troll puts his mouth into a comic frown. Permits? Give me a minute. He makes a show of patting his pockets. Nope, guess not. I must have dropped mine in a dumpster, along with the last idiot who stepped to us. Wu coolly surveys the scene, nods in a friendly fashion. Is that right? Is that right? Well then. You can almost feel Wu's cop training kick in. It's like watching a drone execute a command routine. He reaches for his rifle, brings it up quick, but it's too late. By the time it hits shoulder level, an assortment of nasty-looking ordnance is already trained on his head. Carter backs him up. She whips her arms forward, fists blazing with magical fire. Her eyes sweep the scene, darting from one figure to another. All right, everyone, just be cool. The thick troll's voice is casual, amused. He shakes his gun in Wu's face. A little late for that, isn't it? No, it's never too late to be cool. The troll winks at you and gives his attention to Wu. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot just now. Something we can do for you, officer? His mouth breaks into a patronizing grin. Wu's jaw tightens, but his tone stays cool and controlled. I'm looking for an old man, Raymond Black. We were supposed to meet him here. You know him? The troll nods his enormous head. Mm-hmm. Wu's voice gets an edge. You can see a vein in his temple start to pulse. Where is he? Carter sees it too, keeps her voice neutral. Easy, Duncan. The troll maintains amused eye contact, but his weapon stays trained on Wu. That's right. Easy, Duncan. Your friend Raymond never showed up. We've been waiting for the better part of an hour. Think everyone can put their guns down? His voice is steady, but it's clear he's coiled. I don't think so. Not till I get some answers. Like? He mutters through gritted teeth. Like why a group of heavily armed assholes are meeting a little old man at a construction site at midnight. The orc girl chimes in. Her tone is light. She's trying to defuse the situation. We do odd jobs. For money. Wu speaks softly, but you know that means he's reaching the end of his rope. He cracks his neck. What kind of jobs? She gets a wry look in her eye. Her answer is flippant. Odd jobs. This and that. Keep talking. The troll's yellow-brown tusks shift into a smile again. He needed friends. The heavily armed kind. The old man hired us to take you all on a little excursion. Wu's brow furrows. Hired you? He takes a moment, looks them over. They're an odd assortment. A cybered-up troll, an orc girl with magical fetishes, a dwarf with a cyberdeck slung on her back, and a tall man standing behind them, inscrutable. All with guns trained on Wu. Understanding spreads across Wu's face. His jaw tightens. You're Shadowrunners. The troll nods. Mm-hmm. Wu's shoulders creep up. His stance tightens. This is bullshit. Raymond would never hire Shadowrunners. They're criminals. The troll corrects him. Mercenary operatives. The dwarf cuts in. Her voice is soft but strong. Criminal mercenary operatives. So yeah, you were right. Your buddy Raymond was associating with a bunch of hardened criminals. The troll tosses Wu a sideways smile while staring down the barrel of his gun. Sorry to burst your bubble, Lone Star. Guess you didn't know the old man as well as you thought, huh? Wu tries to shake it off, but he's struggling to process the information. You can feel the heat coming off of him. The runners sense it too, and they tense up tight. They're keyed on Duncan, and their guns are big. The looks on their faces make it clear. One wrong bead of sweat, and Wu's going down in a red mist cloud. Carter remains completely still. Her voice is level, moderate. She's done this before. Let's all stay focused. No need for this to get ugly. She speaks quietly to Wu, who listens without turning, his focus squarely on the troll. We need to find Raymond. These are the people who can help us do that. She's right. Let's focus on Raymond. You can tell the orc girl's had enough of the tension. She blurts it out. The old man wanted us to take him into Kowloon Walled City. What was I talking about earlier? He does sound like he's overheating. She waves a hand at the three of you. You too. Two large rats clinging to her hip and shoulder poke their heads out of the folds of her clothing. They fix their beady eyes on you intently. You know the walled city? Slum, right? I've heard of it. The girl sneers, rolling her eyes. It's a shithole, the worst slum in the Eastern Hemisphere. Memories of growing up in the Redmond Barrens flash through your mind. We get it. It's a real bad place. Now why would a little old man pay you to take him there? The dwarf standing next to her nods and jumps in. Wouldn't say. He mumbled a lot, too, just kept rambling on and on about how he had to get in. Under ordinary circumstances, I never would have accepted the gig. The walled city's the last place I want to go. But the old man rolled up a truckload of nougat, and you gotta eat, right? Not exactly, but the greater Seattle area is one of the definitely one of the locations of interest in the Sixth World. Wu risks a glance at you. His weapon remains trained on the Shadowrunners, but a flicker of uncertainty plays across his face. Interesting story. Seems like a good time to ramp down the threat of violence, don't you think? The troll flashes you a smile that's all tusks and no warmth. Okay, gang. I tell you what. He looks at his team as he slowly starts to lower his weapon. We're all gonna put our guns down. Whoa! Snipers? Carter! Oh, hell. Where was the shooting even coming from? The sound of high-caliber rifle shots hangs in the air, and the red dots of laser sights sweep the area. Carter, the troll, and the silent elf lie dead in widening pools of blood, their heads broken open like melons dropped from a 4-story building. The orc girl screams from cover. Nightjar! Nightjar, come on, big man, talk to me! Got shot? No, no! She turns to the dwarf, her eyes wild with fear. Oh shit, this isn't good! Officer on a voice blares out from a loudspeaker. This is the police! Lay down your weapons, put your hands behind your head, and come out where we can see you. Duncan Wu! Adol Mondegreen, come out where we can see you. You have 3 seconds. Duncan crouches behind cover, his gaze locked on Carter's corpse. His voice comes out in a hoarse roar. Stand down, damn it! I'm law enforcement! Lone Star! Lone Star! He's driven deeper into cover by a hail of gunfire. The dwarf shakes her head at him. Her voice is flat. Save your breath. They won't listen. Use your eyes! These bastards aren't here to make arrests! A sniper shot hits the wall next to her head, showering her in an explosion of plaster. Stay down. Duncan, are you hurt? Everyone pipe down, just give me a minute. The rat girl stares at the ground intently, as if listening. Then her brow furrows, her eyes go beady, and her nose wrinkles up. She begins to sway back and forth, her lips moving soundlessly. She snaps out of her trance. Okay, I've got a way out. It's at the end of the street. Everyone come with me. Everyone? We don't need the rent-a-cops gobbet. We're the only ones. The little orc whips her head towards her friend. Their extra firepower is... I got us an exit, but we've got to get past the heat, and we can't shoot our way out of this on our own. If nothing else, they can soak up a few rounds for us. She turns to you, her pupils pinpricks of intensity. Just stick to cover and keep close. There's a door down the street that leads to a back alley. That's our exit point. You fall behind, you get left behind. Take a glance around for anything I might not want to overlook. But I don't see anything. Oh, hello. Hong Kong Police Force Enforcer. There's another one. Captain. Okay. I feel like dealing with the captain might be a way to throw the rest into chaos. Yeah, that doesn't provide any cover. Let's move up that far. This is a turn-based RPG. Cyberpunk. Depending on which of those meanings you meant. Ah. Yeah! Come on. Damn it. Well, hopefully that will be a distraction, at least. Oh, come on. Stop missing! Freaking heck. Oh, that's a grenade launcher, not a shotgun. There we go. That was easy. Ow. That wasn't much. Another one? Where the hell did you come from? Well, it doesn't matter. That's where we're headed. Ow. The rat shaman guides you from the doorway on the street through an eternity of winding alleys, damp sub-basements, and empty buildings. Stumbling through refuse and filth, you make your way into the sewers below Victoria Harbor. It reeks down here, but it's quiet. Gobbet stops, sniffs, and wipes her eyes with the back of her wrist. Her rat squeaks softly in the folds of her clothing. The dwarf watches her silently for a moment, then moves closer and gently takes her hand. In the dim light of the sewer, you can see they're nearly the same age, no more than 20, 21 tops. What were their names? She keeps her head down and tells it to the floor. The troll you were talking to was Nightjar. He was our friend. The elf was called Gutshot. Kind of an asshole, but I didn't need to see his head splattered everywhere like that. She inhales a cleansing breath. Nightjar was a good guy. Always had our backs, Isabel's and mine. Isabel nods in agreement. Her voice is flat. Rare to find a runner that you can actually trust. She looks to her friend. Are we clear? Gobbet looks back the way you came. I think we've shaken them. Yeah, we're clear. Wu begins pacing, his boots splashing in the sewer water, creating echoes down the tunnel. You can feel the tension coming off of him in waves. This is bullshit. I'm done messing around in alleys and sewers. I'm done running from cops. He pokes a thumb at his chest and spits his anger forth in a raspy growl. For Christ's sake, I am a cop. We noticed. There's a Lone Star Sergeant dead back there, damn it. She was... Wu starts to choke up. He struggles against it, fighting to maintain control, but he needs a minute to recover. He finally manages to pull it together, but he's raw. When he speaks again, his voice is seething and hoarse. I don't know what the hell's going on with the Hong Kong cops, but I'm calling in some Lone Star backup from home. I'm gonna get some of my own people down here. Then we're gonna find Raymond and figure out what the hell's going on. The little orc shrugs. Whatever you say, big guy. You have fun with that. She looks over at her friend. They both nod. Iz and I are out of here. Best of luck finding your friend. Best of luck? That's it? Her brow furrows. That's right. What did you expect? We form some sort of posse like in your old cowboy vids? Ride out to find the killers and see justice done? We got you to safety. Now we are done with this shit. We don't intend to die for you. Wu isn't listening. You can see on his face that he's already written the Orc girl off. He pulls a security-grade PDA from its holster on his left leg, raises it, and starts tapping the buttons with a meaty finger. The Lone Star logo on the back of the device looks shiny and official. He stops, confused, and then taps it again harder. The red flashing image on the PDA reflects in his goggles. What the hell? I'm locked out of the network. He looks up at you. My law enforcement status has been revoked. He goes back to the screen. I don't believe it. This is saying there's an APB out on us, Adol. You and me both. I figured as much. You heard them on the loudspeaker. They knew our names. Wu glares at the wall. A storm raging across his face. Hell. His hand clenches into a fist around his PDA. This just keeps getting worse. He leans forward as if to punch the wall, his knuckles rapping against it softly, a pantomime of barely constrained rage. Suddenly, he turns and slings his PDA at the far wall. It hits hard, bounces back, and clatters to the ground at his feet. He looks down at it, spent. The orc mouths an okay to herself, eyebrows raised. And on that note, I think it's time for us to say goodbye. Come on, Isabel, let's... She's cut off by a sudden smashing noise as her friend's boot comes crashing down on the PDA at Wu's feet. The dwarf looks down at her work, unsatisfied, and brings her boot down again, and again, and again, until there's nothing left but a snarl of plastic housing, broken glass, and circuit board. She looks up at Wu, her chest heaving, and points at the pile of scrap she's created. Police issued. They can trace you through that. She turns to you, hand out. Yours too, it's on the network. Well, there go all my free upgrade points. Isabel takes your PDA and repeats her boot stomping. There. She looks over at Gobbet, sighs, then reaches into her jacket pocket, pulling out 2 new PDAs. She hands them to you and Duncan. Burners. I suppose it's the least we could do after your help back there. Thanks. Do people always keep a supply of burners in your pocket? Runners need to be prepared for contingencies. Isn't that right, Iz? Isabel isn't listening. She's staring open-mouthed at her own PDA, its bluish glow illuminating her horrified expression. Gobbet, we gotta go. Right now. Isabel's voice is monotone but emphatic. She holds up her PDA to show her friend. They're after us, too. Her screen displays a local newscast. Your own face stares back at you from the upper left corner of the screen. And in breaking news, just under an hour ago, Hong Kong port authorities were involved in a firefight with members of a terrorist cell linked to the mainland city-state of Hainan. The battle left 3 terrorists dead, along with an unconfirmed number of Hong Kong police officers. Your image winks out, replaced by a scowling image of Duncan Wu, a mugshot from a long time ago, before Raymond. Our sources report that Seattle natives Duncan Wu and Adol Mondegreen, along with their Hong Kong-based accomplices, are still at large. They are well armed and should be considered extremely dangerous. Low-res photographs of Gobbet and Isabel pop up on screen, replacing Duncan Wu. The color drains out of Gobbet's face. Oh, shit. Kowloon officials report that the terrorist cell known as the White Star maintains ties to the state of Hainan and is purported to be receiving weapons and funding from anti-corporate groups in the UCAS city-state of Seattle. Port authorities are standing on high alert, and the Hong Kong Police Force's Special Duties Unit has been engaged to deal with the threat. We go live now to Chief Inspector Crate of the Special Duties Unit, who will be making a statement. Behind the newscaster, a video window displays the location of your firefight in Victoria Harbor. The camera pans to Chief Inspector Crate. She is surrounded by a swarm of news reporters, but appears unfazed by the attention. She speaks with supreme confidence. We have yet to ascertain the motive for tonight's attack, but it was clearly a well-planned and coordinated effort. Crate sounds smooth, more like a corporate mouthpiece than a cop. We have already issued an all-points bulletin along with a kill or capture order for the 4 remaining terrorists, and I have instructed the Special Duties Unit to make this manhunt a top priority. She looks directly into the camera. If you should see one or more of these individuals, do not attempt to engage them. Instead, tap in the HKPF flash code at the bottom of the screen. If you are on an authorized network and take a picture, our system will automatically identify them in your data stream. The Decker switches off the newscast and clips her PDA back onto her belt. For a moment, there's no sound but the roar of sewer water rushing through the pipes. Gobbet bends over, hands on her knees, sucking wind. Her rats scurry for a new position. I thought we were screwed before. Wu's voice is eerily calm. But now we are well and truly screwed. Doesn't look good, does it? Not at all. He begins stalking back and forth, a panther in a cage. They've labeled us terrorists, and there's an APB out on us. I've heard this kind of announcement before. I know what comes with it. It doesn't matter if we have nothing to do with whatever city-state. They're gonna hunt us down. It's open season. Isabel nudges the remains of Wu's PDA with her booted toe. And the 2 of us will be hunted down right alongside you. Gobbet wide-eyes the exits, tight as a spring. You can hear shallow panting as she leans towards one, then the other. We gotta go deep. Hit the mainland for a while until we can figure this out. Find a hole to crawl into. Gobbet looks at Isabel, wipes her mouth, and points at you and Duncan. You've got to get them off the grid, too. Way off. The dwarf looks up at Duncan, and her large eyes narrow. Hey, Lone Star, you've got a security license, right? That means you've got a SIN, too. Wu's brow furrows. Of course I have a SIN. I wouldn't be able to get paid otherwise. Only criminals and lowlifes go sinless. She runs her hands along her cyberdeck, thinking, that means you can be traced. Both of you. You get spotted by a drone or a security camera, get ID'd by a retinal scanner, or try to use your cred stick or passport, and the HKPF will know just where to find you. Wu crosses his arms across his chest. I know how a system identification number works, Runner. We're going to have to burn our sins if we're going to survive this. The 2 women nod. You got that right, Seattle. Gobbet pulls at her dreadlocks. We're just as screwed as you are. Me and Iz. We're listed as your we were listed as your accomplices, and we can't afford for you to get caught. You'll lead them to us one way or another. DNA samples, things we've told you, astral residue, I don't know, cop stuff. The little Decker looks from you to Wu, eyes narrowed, sizing you up. You can see her make a silent decision before she speaks. Her voice is flat, resigned. We need to get your sins burned. Delete you from the record books. All of them. All of them? Whoa, wait a minute. You want us to just erase our identities? Wu rubs a hand across his scalp. Beyond the fact that it's insane, will that even work? we burn our sins, go off the grid like that, won't they just redouble their efforts to find us? Condescension seeps its way into Isabel's dry tone. Imagine playing a game of hide-and-seek with a siren strapped to your head. Would you rather try and hide with the siren, or with the siren conspicuously absent? Deleting our identities across the entire Matrix sounds hard. The little Decker nods knowingly. It's very difficult. I can't do it. Some people can. Organizations. Expert systems. Gobbet's voice drops. We gotta ask for help. There's only one person we know who has the kind of pull it takes to burn us in and hide us from the cops. Kindly Cheng. Sounds like a restaurant. Oh. Some sort of super Decker? No. Kindly's no Decker. She's what's known as a straw sandal, kind of a middle manager for the Yellow Lotus Syndicate. Their triad. Kindly Cheng controls all the illegal activity in our neighborhood. Smuggling, bootlegging, counterfeiting. Middle manager? Is the Yellow Lotus a syndicate or a retail outlet? No. No way. We're already in deep enough. We don't need to get in deeper with a crime syndicate. We don't want to deal with Kindly Cheng any more than you do, but I don't see what choice we have. We need protection, and we need to get your sins burned before we're all red smears on the sidewalk. Isabel's voice is hollow and flat. Taking favors from a woman like Kindly Cheng is a good way to get yourself into indentured servitude. You don't want to owe favors to a woman like that. Her eyes get big, round. Ideally, you don't want to deal with her at all. That was Nightjar's job. You mean you work with her? What did we just tell you? She's got her fingers in everything, including brokering Shadowruns for the corpse. Kindly Cheng is our fixer. Gobbet tries to make her voice light, confident. Just stay on her good side and you'll have nothing to worry about. Now let's get this done before one of you trips the APB and brings all hell down upon us. Watch the corners. There's things in there, but doesn't look like a way to reach them. You scramble up a ladder and through an accessway where the sewer system spits you out into the Hong Kong Mass Transit Railway System, the MTR. Crossing the rails, you climb up to the platform and into the station. Above you is Heoi, where the Rat Shaman and the Little Decker plan to plead your case to Kindly Cheng, the one woman they know who can help you get underground and off the grid fast. But there'll be a price. Cheng is a triad boss whose favors tend to come with strings attached. The sounds of a waterfront at night leak down from the stairway to the surface. Peering up the steps, you can catch a glimpse of the night sky, overcast and low. The sewers deposit you into a series of mechanical access ways that eventually link to a system of railway tunnels. Gobbet leads you through 5 or 6 magnetically sealed doors and across several sets of electrified tracks until she indicates you've reached your destination. She holds up her hand, indicates the surrounding platform. This is the MTR station for Haoi. Once you go up those stairs, you'll be in our neighborhood. Kindly Chung runs her operations out of a mahjong parlor there called Swift Winds. Wu rips off his goggles. There's an APB out on us. How do you expect us to get into this Swift Winds place without taking a bullet? Haoi is well known as a protected area. Kindly Chung sees to that. It's a shadow community. Smugglers, hijackers, black marketeers. You get the idea. Cops tend to give the place a wide berth. Isabel gives a shallow nod. Her gaze remains planted on the floor. Police cameras don't last long here. Between the smog and the cloud cover, we shouldn't have to worry about drone surveillance either. The HKPF won't find you. Not if you follow our lead. Gobbet widens her stance, puts her hands on her hips. Now, here's how this is going to work. You can't get an audience with Chung until we secure you an invitation, so me and Iz will go on ahead and pay our respects. Then we'll request that she see you. Politely. An invitation? How do we get that? The rat shaman smirks. We'll kiss her ass until it shines. Isabel sighs. That's about the size of it. Gobbet holds up a hand. One more thing. Kindly Chung is a dangerous woman. She may seem friendly, but don't let your guard drop. And whatever you do, do not disrespect her. Got it. She drops her hand, nods to the three of you. That's it. We'll go on ahead and smooth the way. Just give us a few minutes head start. And don't talk to anyone. What if a local recognizes us from that news broadcast, calls the cops? Gobbet smirks and shakes her head. No one in Haoi calls cops. Doing that around here is a quick way to get dead. Thanks for the help. She squints at you confused. We're helping ourselves as much as we're helping you, Seattle. We need your sins burned as badly as you do, and we need to figure out a way out of this shit, or we're all dead. Plus, we could use the muscle right now. Her voice turns sheepish. Just saying. She quickly turns away. See you at the mahjong parlor. The Shadowrunner's footsteps quickly fall away, and then you're alone with Wu. He grunts something unintelligible and begins panther-stalking back and forth again, boot prints of the sewer water and muck marking his path on the subway platform behind him. Minutes pass. Wu stops his pacing and runs both hands over his face, groaning a sound of anxiety and disgust. It dissipates, and he stands there silently, his hands covering his face and his shoulders shaking with emotion. Then he begins to laugh. It's a laugh that comes from down deep, from the place where fear and frustration and impotence swirl. But the barrier holds. Wu focuses, taking control of his breathing, and his laughter begins to slow. He becomes himself again. Oh my God, Adol! An aftershock of laughter shudders through him. Are you kidding me? What the hell are we doing here? How did we get into this? He drops his hands and turns to you, shaking his head in disbelief. I think I'm going to lose it. Go ahead. We're alone. Wu walks to the wall of the subway station silently. He stands there a moment, lost in thought, and then his fists explode in a flurry of punches. He hits the wall hard, sending plaster crumbling to the floor at his feet. The orc breathes heavily for a moment, head down, hands on hips. Spent. Carter is dead, Adol. They ended her. He puts a hand to his forehead. I don't know what I'm going to do now. Sounds like she was more than just your partner. He turns to you with a blank face. More than just a partner? Of course she was. Then he gets it and his hackles raise. She was my training officer, you idiot. My mentor. It looked like you two were close. Wu waves you off with a gnarled hand. Carter was my partner. She had my back. Do you get how important that is? What it means to lose that? When you're out there in the streets facing down a food riot, you need to know someone's looking out for you. That you're standing next to someone you can depend on. That was Carter. His shoulders slump and he exhales heavily. And she was like my compass. Or my anchor. Or some such shit. She kept me, I don't know, sane. Sounds like a good woman. Don't patronize me, Adol. He steps back, sucking in a deep breath. Screw it. Whatever she was, I'm throwing her down the memory hole. You know why? He snarls, spits. Because it doesn't matter now. Because we're gonna burn our sins, Adol. Jesus Christ, do you know what that means? The moment we do that, we're dead. To all the world, we're dead. We're wiped clean. He counts it off on his fingers. Raymond, the house we grew up in, my career, Carter, all gone. No home, no money, no identity, nothing. He waves his hand, brushes it all away. We will be nobody. We were street kids, Duncan. We're used to being nobody. Just chill. Chill? Who are you telling me to chill after what just happened? And you aren't losing what I'm about to lose either. Our paths went in different directions a long time ago. Wu's neck cranes forward, his lower jaw thrust out ahead of him. You left me behind, goddammit. You left me behind. You left me behind. Memories flash bright. Suddenly you're back 8 years ago on the streets outside of Raymond's house. Just you and Wu in the middle of the night. You can't just leave us. You can't just leave like this, Adol. What am I going to say to Raymond? You know how he is. I got something to attend to, Duncan, and it can't wait. That's what you keep saying, but you still won't tell me what's going on. What's so important that you have to run out now in the middle of the night without even telling Raymond why? He's distraught. You can see it on his face, hear it in his voice. He used to be lost without you. Yeah, this sounds about right. I need to see a guy about a deal. The good kind. The big kind. His eyes widen. A deal? I thought we left that shit behind, Adol. Look, whatever's going on, I can tell you one thing. Raymond will not approve. I know. Why do you think I'm sneaking out? Or why do you think I'm sneaking out? I'll be back before the weekend. You remember the look on Duncan's face as you walked away? The events that followed were a blur, one that you don't care to remember. 3 days later, you were behind bars in a private corporate prison. No interrogation, no charges, no appeal. Years later, some corporation bought some other corporation, and the new board of directors pushed through some sort of reform agenda, and the higher-ups gave an order. And then you were out, with a few hundred new yen to your name and one scary-as-hell non-disclosure agreement ensuring your silence. Not that it mattered to you anymore. You were starting fresh, determined. Until Raymond tracked you down, left you that voicemail, brought you to Hong Kong and back together with Duncan Wu. You realize that Wu's been staring at you. Now let's hear it. Where the hell have you been all this time? Why didn't you contact me? At least to tell me you were alive. I wanted to, Duncan, but I was locked up tight. Corporate black site, no communication. No shit. He squints at you, full lie detector mode. Oh. I had no idea. A range of emotions play across Wu's face. He stares at the ground for some time before finally looking back up at you with a heavy sigh. Wow. I really don't know how to process that one right now. I don't know. If we're still alive tomorrow, we can talk more. This shit is too much. We're marooned on this island, hunted by the cops. My partner is dead, Raymond is missing, and we're about to go see a crime lord about erasing our goddamn identities. And as a bonus, our only allies are a pair of tiny criminals who would kill us if they could, so they didn't have to deal with this. He rubs his head viciously. Listen, Adol, back in the Barrens, whenever I was out of control, you just handled the situation, remember? With Carter gone, I'm just a raw nerve. I'm afraid I'm going to slip back, and people are going to start getting hurt again. I got the lead, Duncan, just like I used to. He stares at you hard, like he's trying to see something inside your head. Then he checks his weapon, cocks and locks. Back to business. Good. Now let's go meet that triad woman and get our damn sins burned. I'm gonna rip off the bandage as fast as I can. Haoi, a makeshift boat city latched onto the Kai Tak riverfront like a parasite. Behind you, a massive snarl of dark and derelict high-rises dominates the horizon, the walled city. But I don't see a mahjong parlor. Frederick Cafe. That's close enough, friend. The club is members and invites only. I suggest you just move along. Gotcha. Hey, Mom. I'm hungry. I am. Just PB&J for now? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The original name has been sloppily painted over with black paint. Newer but somewhat weathered characters have been painted in bold brush strokes and read Bolt Hole.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hmm?
That reliable fox doesn't hunt rabbits, does he?
I don't know. That is a thing that foxes do.
Yeah. But this seems to be a very special sort of fox. Come on, Ethan. Come on.
There's the Mahjong parlor. Well, first, let's look around a little more. The insulation on these heavy wires is cracked. They buzz and crackle occasionally as stray drips from the awning strike them. Don't mess with the law. That's all the way back around, okay. A massive steel security door is set into a bunker-like concrete wall. There's no sign or identification of what this place is. A battered intercom is encased in a cage of welded steel and armor glass. Grainy letters are barely readable on the screen. I'm sorry to hear that, Nightshade. Hope you feel better soon. Daniel and I are kind of getting over something ourselves. And just in case you're not actually tuned in to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Hope you feel better soon. Okay, dismiss that as well. Okay. A massive steel security door is set into a bunker-like concrete wall. Oh, I already... Yeah, I read that. Chrome Alley, medical services and mechanical repair. Premises protected by deadly weapons and infectious diseases. Walk away. The thug looks at you dead-faced. Despite his street clothes, he wears a high-tech earpiece. The entrance to the walled city is closed to foreigners. Hey, Teddy boy. How are you? The Swift Winds Mahjong Parlor, filled with the stink of cigarette smoke, the incessant click-clack of mahjong tiles, and the grim faces of hardened gamblers. Hey, Teddy. Aw, Teddy's licking my toes.
Just ask, and you'll be like, "You little shit." She scratched to get out, and now she won't leave. You are the rottenest cat. You're pretty, but you're rotten.
Can I play mahjong? Will they let me? Come in. We have a lot to talk about. Although I don't know the Hong Kong variant of the game. I know it has its own. You can feel every eye in the room as you cross the mahjong parlor to the middle-aged woman sitting patiently at its end. The click-clack of ivory-colored tiles stops. Hands stray beneath tables, into jacket pockets, behind backs. The woman has the face of a prison guard and the demeanor of an inmate. Her salt and pepper hair is pulled into an iron-hard bun, and beneath it, two shiny black eyes offer nothing. Buttons sewn on a doll. A nearly empty bottle of something foul rests on her mahjong table, nestled between a pair of dirty shot glasses. Tiny puddles of brown linger at their bottoms. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gobbet and Isabel stand on the other side of the table, heads lowered, shoulders slumped, hands clasped. They risk a frightened glance at you as you approach.
What's the matter with you, Granny?
Kindly Chung's voice is nasal and rusty mean. My little pair of screw-ups here told me all about what happened on the docks. She dips a pinky into a shot glass, brings it to her mouth, removes it with a sharp smack. How two of my best runners had their heads put out. How you need protection, and how you need to get your identities wiped before you get your heads put out, too. Why is my controller still out? Potentially leading the heat to my front door, placing me and everyone in my employ in danger. She fingers the rim of her glass. So wise. So very, very wise. The young shaman's eyes never leave the floor. We're sorry, Eddie. We thought... Her black eyes flash. You mustn't speak until you are spoken to, Gobbet dear. The smile turns mean. And since you are one short hair away from being dumped in the river chained to Isabel's corpse, I suggest you let your new friends here do the talking for a while. Does that make sense to you, dear? Her treacle voice is back, sweet, nasal, and grinding. Dark circles ring Gobbet's armpits. Yes, Auntie. Chung inclines inclines her head gently. Very good. You learn so quickly. Remain silent. She pours another drink. Her cheeks are rosy, already flushed. Now, my darlings, I understand from little Ratchet here that you came from Seattle to meet with my client, Mr. Black. Wu's jaw tightens at the word client. But before you could find him, the HKPF started splattering gray matter everywhere and everything went to shit. And now you need your sins burned so you can disappear before you end up dead too. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. Very good. Why don't we start with you telling me who you are? My name is Mondegreen. And have you got a first name, Mondegreen? A profession? I mean, you do want me to erase your identities, don't you, dear? I'll need to know who you are first. Yes, Remy? Meow.
Probably partially from here on out. Stuff keeps me good.
Adol, I guess that you'd call me a street samurai. She rests her chin on her hand. Ah, yes, you're from Seattle. Street samurai isn't something we say here in Hong Kong. We prefer street soldier. And how did you become a street soldier, Adol?
Well, and a samurai is a Japanese thing, isn't it? I mean, the term?
Yeah, there's a...
Chinese equivalent, but...
I mean, probably, but... I was going to say that, one of the hallmarks of the Shadowrun setting, I guess it could be construed as rather Orientalist, which, is not that great, but the gist of it is there's a lot of yeah. So do you remember how in Back to the Future Part 2, when they went to the future and there was a lot of Japanese stuff going on?
Not specifically.
Well, there was, and that was, that was projected from the time it was made, the 80s, that, Japan was like a rising star in the technology manufacturing industry, or, like development and manufacturing. And so they predicted that, Japanese culture would spread and, if not dominate, then at least be pervasive.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the same idea going on here.
Okay.
And Daniel comments, yeah, also anywhere near Nanking isn't going to much like Japanese military terms either. That's for sure. Picked it up young. I've been in the cooler for a few.
Certain reasons.
Wu's brow furrows and he shakes his head. Still can't believe it. Kindly Chung whips her head towards Wu, a nasty retort already on her lips. But then she stops, sticks out her lower lip as she sizes him up. She turns to her lieutenant standing behind her, nodding her approval. Looks like the gun show is in town. What's your name, gun show? Wu's focus remains straight ahead. Duncan Wu. I'm a cop. Lone Star. I hear there were some fresh corpses found on the docks tonight. Smugglers, I believe. Didn't sound like the Hong Kong police when I heard about it. You're doing Duncan Wu? Wu's eyes remain fixed on a spot on the wall behind her. He smolders. I identified myself as Lone Star, but they wouldn't stand down. They had weapons. It was self-defense. She puckers her lips at him, her voice sing-song. I don't care, sweetie. They weren't my people. But now I know you're a life-taker, Mr. Gun Show. You and your friend here. She begins arranging mahjong tiles on the table in front of her. But now I'm curious. Why were you meeting Raymond Black on the docks tonight? He's our foster father. That makes her pause. Chung lifts her bottle of swill and eyes the label, connecting the dots in her own head. Interesting. A look of disgust passes over her face. Sorry, kids, but he was looking like shit when I saw him. Eyes half open, dark circles around them, dragging his feet, the whole bit. Your foster daddy was in a bad place. Sounds like he wasn't sleeping. Could be. From what he said, it sounded like he was having nightmares. He would stop in the middle of a sentence and mutter something to himself. One time it was about the walls breathing or something. Another time it was about teeth. Thousands of teeth. I remember him drifting off near the end of our meeting. It looked like he was off somewhere else in his head. He said, I left prosperity in there. Then Nightjar put his hand on Mr. Black's shoulder, asked him why he wanted to go into the walled city so badly. That seemed to bring him back. When your old man opened his eyes, they were full of tears. Then he muttered something else I couldn't make out. She pours herself another shot, tosses it back, and rubs her belly. Your daddy got really irritating after a while. What do you think it means? I have no clue.
You came to Chicago on the trail of the killers of your daddy. And you stayed. Your daddy did too. So did your daddy.
She grabs a long, slim cigar from a pack on the mahjong table, lights it. All right, let's get to it. She exhales smoke and points two fingers at you and Wu. You two need your sins burned, and you need them burned fast. Hong Kong dragnets are bad news. When they roll in force. Armored personnel carriers, heavy armor, heavy weapons, sorcerers, the whole thing. And they aren't coming to arrest you. She folds her arms across her chest. The thin cigar bobs in her mouth as she speaks. The good news is I can help you. With a wave of my hand, I can have your sins disappear. But you need to understand, my darlings, is that what you're asking is not a simple request. Burning a sin isn't just deleting a number, it's wiping all reference to that number from all of the world's largest databases. It's masking your mugshot in their facial recognition database so that the first camera you walk past doesn't bring them down on you like a ton of bricks. It's covering our tracks so that the act of burning your sin doesn't lead them right to us. It requires contacts in numerous corporations and the UCAS government. Smoke rolls out of the Triad boss's nose. It requires someone like me. Therefore, I need to make a choice. She takes another drag on her cigar and gently places her palm flat on the table. Do I kill you and dispose of your bodies before the cops come looking for you? Or do I help you burn your sins?
Well, I know which one they'll vote for.
Yeah. I have the option of saying, you may want to think about your rep as a fixer. 2 of your runners were taken down by the cops, and you have no idea why. Chung rests her chin on her hand again and smiles at you coldly. So clever. So clever. Her chin stays on her hand, but her eyes look past you, surveying the Yellow Lotus soldiers in the room. Yes, I have been placed in a delicate situation, haven't I? Regardless, that's the situation whether you're alive or you're sucking dirt. She stares at you for a long moment, chin still on hand, thinking, taps her ash on the floor without taking her eyes off of you. A low, reluctant growl rumbles from somewhere deep in her throat. You'll live. You're clever, and I like that. I'll put your sins to the torch. However, I'll need to call in several valuable favors within my network to do it, and those favors do not come cheap. Kindly Chung stubs out her cigar. You will owe me.
Well, technically, calling in favors means those favors are owed. So they've already been paid for. She did something for these people, and now they owe her that favor. But she doesn't want to do something for them for free, obviously.
Right. It's still a
business transaction.
Right. She's using up an intangible asset.
Yeah.
Whatever you say, Auntie. Don't roll over so easily, my darling. People will think you're an ass-kisser. It's unbecoming. I want you to deliver a message for me to a business associate in the walled city. The Yellow Lotus has a strong presence inside, Adol. Isabel can tell you about it, can't you, dear? Isabel grew up in the walled city. Isabel's eyes remain lowered. Remy, don't do that. They collect taxes for the corporations, extort protection money from shopkeepers, run drugs, guns, people. They hurt people. We do those things, yes, but to be fair, we also operate the walled city's black market. You might not be alive today if it weren't for the lifeline that we provide. Daniel says, heck, for organized crime or politics alike, favors are a kind of currency you often spend effort making opportunities to earn. Isabel clams up tight. Chung picks up a mahjong tile and turns it with her fingers. There is a red pole, sort of enforcer, yes, on the inside. His name is Strangler Bao. Bao is a strong man, a good soldier, but he has forgotten his place. I need you to remind him. You want us to make an example of him? Did I say that I wanted you to make an example of him? No, I want you to deliver a message. She tosses you a memory stick. Bring this to him in my name. And remember that Bao's men are my men, and by right, they should all be serving me. Killing them would be a waste of resources. I have no use for dead soldiers. Daniel continues, owed favors often function as a kind of passive influence just by existing, a quiet hold you cultivate over people. Calling them in releases that hold. She turns to Gobbet and Isabel. One of you will go with these two Westerners to the Vault City, help them locate Bao and show them the ropes. The other will remain here with me. I have several menial and degrading tasks that need doing around the establishment. No matter who goes and who stays, you'll both pay for bringing an APB to my doorstep. Yes, Auntie. Yes, Auntie. Now, I'm going to find out who ordered the hit on Nightjar and do some dentistry on him with power tools. She closes her eyes and smiles with pleasure. That boy was my favorite. He sang to me sometimes. She opens her eyes again and sneers. That other one I don't care about. Gutshot was an asshole. She turns away and waves you off with the back of her hand. That'll be all, my darlings. Return to me when you are done. Remy?
Annie, don't do that.
One last question, Auntie? She keeps her back to you, but you can tell she's making eye contact with her lieutenant. Why not? Apparently I'm feeling generous today. What do you think happened to Raymond and got your Shadowrunners killed? Kindly Chung's voice is small. I don't know. Hey, Mom. Would you please? Thank you. Just off the docks, you spot a sea-worn man with a smile that's almost too wide for his head. His teeth shine white against the thick black bush of his beard. His clothes are a myriad of colors, patterns, and fabrics, a smattering of cultures draped across his body. If there's anything he's clearly advertising, it's the extent of his travels. You see something you like? His voice is coarse, like steel wool on your eardrums. Come and get it, because now's your last chance. Everything is on sale. Won't find prices like these anywhere else, my friend. Show me what you're selling. Wait, really? I wish I'd realized that sooner. What do I have equipped right now? Yeah, that's... It looks like some kind of a dragon egg or something. I mean, probably a sculpture, of course, but... Thank you. This looks like a combination of chess and checkers that they're playing here. Or maybe that's just because it's so tiny it's hard to make out. Ah, now here they're playing Go. I recognize that one. Reliable Matthews Robot Bazaar. There's a crackle of static, then a brusque voice answers. What do you want? The voice's Cantonese is precise, but the accent sounds American. Is this a medical clinic? No, it's a chicken factory. What do you want? Here's Cyberdoc. Yeah, that's me. But listen, guy, I don't know you. I don't like people I don't know. Who sent you? Doing a job for Kindly. A job for Kindly, huh? You and every other hood in the Kong. Come back if you get some wheels around here. Otherwise, F off. Itch. Eh. The thug taps his earpiece, gestures with his head. Hattie Chung said you'd be coming. You can pass. Uh-huh. When traveling to new mission locations, you will be able to choose which members of your team to bring and modify their loadout for the run. When members of your team become permanently incapacitated on a mission, they'll be automatically extracted for emergency medical care. They will be patched up and ready for action the next time you return to Haoi. Avoid this loss of firepower by always carrying some dock wagon trauma kits into the field. While I don't know what we're up against, I feel like having a Decker could be potentially more interesting, open up different avenues of ingress, as it were. Kowloon Walled City, the most densely populated spot on Earth, nearly 40,000 people crammed into 7 acres of chaos, poverty, disease, and vice. A self-contained city that collects no taxes and provides no city services. Stagnant water sits in temporary wells. Trash lies piled on roofs for controlled burns. Improvised structures lean dangerously over populated areas. It's the ideal breeding ground for all manner of illicit trade. Drugs, gambling, black market trade, metahuman trafficking, and everything in between. The only law is triad law. And now, you need to enter this septic system of a city. Find a triad enforcer named Strangler Bao, and deliver a message from Kindly Chung. Yeah, I mean, I got nothing in storage. Foul, oily water rains down from above, mixes with the filth and offal and swill of the streets, turns it into a flowing slurry of unrecognizable sewage. In the distance, the sounds of back-alley activity add to the ambiance at your arrival. Breaking glass, the crackling hiss of a garbage fire, faint screams of terror punctuated by the occasional gunshot. Sex and business and violence and misery blended into one. Wu winces at the stink, waves a hand in front of his face. Raymond said that prosperity is in the walled city, but I don't see it. Why the hell would he want to set one foot in this place? Who knows? He'd have to be insane to travel to the walled city. As I think we said, it's the worst slum in the Eastern Hemisphere. Maybe the worst in the world. She does her best to suppress a shudder. Can't keep the dread from creeping into her voice. Can't believe I grew up here. Remy, stop that. Meow. 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 Sorry to have to drag you back. Isabel looks around her, closes her eyes. You could have brought Gobbet instead. I would have been cool with that. She peers up at the catwalks and sky bridges that connect the rotting tenement's sagging architecture. Frowning, she points to a spot in the distance. There was a market over there when I was a kid. Might not be a bad place to start. I thought you knew where to find Strangler Bow. I do, but we need to get into the Lotus Den. That's what Bow calls the little island of control that he's carved out for himself here. It's a stupid name, but it stuck. He'll have guards posted at every entrance, but we might be able to find a way around them through the market. That's what Kindly would prefer. They probably aren't expecting anyone to come in force. We can kick in the door, drop the guards, hand over the message, get the hell out. Kindly doesn't want them dead. She wants them to remember where their loyalties lie. It's tough to remember much of anything when you've got a bullet in your head. I mean, we could kill them if you really wanted to. Technically, Bao is the only one that has to live. But I'd rather keep Auntie Chung happy than piss her off again. That'll be up to them. If they don't try and kill us, they live. Got it. Let's get this done. Meow. What is it, Remy? A putrid stench emanates from the remains of this building. You see nothing that would cause it. A bedraggled old woman looks up from her sewing at the sound of your approach. Clothing! Clothing! I have good quality clothing for sale! Ever heard anyone say prosperity is in the walled city? She cocks her head like a dog, listening to a noise that it can't understand. Prosperity? She sounds it out to herself. I don't know what that means. What's the news here? Anything interesting? Interesting? Here? No, nothing changes here. Nothing changes. She settles her weight with an audible harumph. Strangler Bao is the big man now. He's very important. Very impatient. You know Bao? You'd love to meet him. Well, he requested a suit, and it took only 1 day longer than expected. The bastard refused to accept it. You see your friend Bao, you tell him that he still owes me for my time. I don't sew for nothing. You can't eat air. We'll get right on that. She nods sagely. You see that you do. Now, what else do you want? Later, lady. Over here. Help. What happened? A young woman lies on the ground. She's a bloody mess. Streaks and spatters of crimson crisscross her blouse and mat her hair. Judging by the quality of her clothing and the bag on her shoulder, you'd make her out as a student. She's as out of place here as a librarian would be in a game of urban brawl. She struggles to move, but she's clearly exhausted. The dark circles under her eyes tell you that she hasn't slept in days. When the woman sees you heading her way, her face hardens. You see her hand slip into her jacket pocket, but as she studies your faces, the fear in her eyes gives way to curiosity. You guys don't look like you're from around here. A hacking cough shakes her, but her eyes remain fixed on you. You either. Who are you? I'm a student at HKU. She glances around watchfully. over your shoulder at the buildings looming above her into windows nearby. Doing some research. Gotta finish before I can leave. This place is dangerous. What are you doing here alone? I wasn't alone. Not until a few days ago. Another long, wet cough. I'd been living with a family in one of the inner blocks for the last couple of months, working on my master's thesis. What happened to the family? A pained expression washes over her face. I'm not 100% sure. The mother, she worked in a dive bar as a hostess. The father was a handyman. They never really went anywhere. Didn't have the money to. I woke up one day and the whole family was gone. Just gone.
It's sad.
I squatted in their place a while, but then some people started coming around, eyeing the place. I figured I should get out, finish my research as fast as I could, and head back to campus. Then I got sick. Wu grunts. What kind of research would you do in a place like this? My thesis is about feng shui in the sixth world. This was the right place to do it. The only place to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. What does feng shui have to do with the slum?
Yeah.
Everything.
It's like they'd be in need for some good feng shui.
Everything, I think. Absolutely everything. Rich people hire geomancers to design the interiors of their homes, to attune them just right to achieve balance and harmony.
Maybe don't do that. Just say something.
The poor have nothing like that. Leave a slum to fester long enough and you get this. She glances at her surroundings, a look of profound disgust on her face. I think that the negative feng shui of places like this affects the people who live here, that it changes them in a fundamental way, makes them less capable of breaking the cycle and getting out. That's what I'm trying to prove. Before the awakening, people thought of feng shui as a philosophical system. Now, in the sixth world, it's more than that. It's actually a form of magic. The whole thing revolves around qi, the invisible life energy that binds every person and thing together. It's very real here in Hong Kong. Nobody knows the reason why. Maybe it's only real because people believe that it is. The important thing is, it's a measurable, quantifiable phenomenon. There's an entire industry that's grown up around it. This doesn't look like a place where people are harmonized with anything. No, it isn't. Not at all. The feng shui in the walled city is completely screwed. I mean, just look at the place. She gestures at the squalor surrounding you. The qi is all wrong here. You can feel it, right? I felt that something was wrong the minute I walked in. Bad qi, huh? Qi needs to flow. Positive feng shui allows that to happen. If qi gets pent up and trapped, it goes sour. That's what's happening here. The woman clears her throat, then lets out a hacking cough. The effort requires a moment for her to recover before she speaks again. You know, I hate to admit it, but I could use some help. I started running well, I guess you'd call it an experiment of sorts. Nothing conclusive, just a few quick trials to support my hypothesis before I go into hardcore data gathering mode. There are only a few things left to do. If you could finish them for me, I could get out of here. She holds out a crumpled piece of paper. Please, follow the notes on this sheet. Duncan takes the paper from her outstretched hand and examines it, frowning. Just say what you need us to do. I need you to make adjustments to the area's feng shui. My notes will tell you how. The goal is to remove sources of friction and to record the results. My hypothesis is that even small adjustments can have a measurable impact on qi flow. If I'm right, it should improve, and life here should get just a little bit better. I'll see what I can do.
Well, feng shui and qi.
Mm-hmm.
Take that out. Everything else she's saying sounds like it absolutely applies to the poverty-stricken neighborhoods and urban areas. chi is a fix, but you know, when you're surrounded by desperation and trash.
This one's mine. Step off. No, this is the very beginning of the game. I just entered Kowloon. The street vendor gestures toward a jumbled pile of tarnished chains, costume jewelry, and trinkets on a stained flannel blanket. Look at these beauties. Very valuable. Very pretty. Ever heard anyone say prosperity is in the walled city? No. He shakes his head. That's not something that someone would say around here. Show me what you're selling. Oh, he's selling fetishes. I don't have a druid, though, so I can't use those. How can you stand this place? He gives you the stink eye. You mean my home? The vendor softens, becomes wistful. In my experience, you can get used to anything, regardless of how horrible it is. It just becomes normal after a while. But this place is getting worse, no question about it. Last 20, 30 years, it's been nothing but downhill. Nothing goes right here. Maybe you can change that, though, by buying something, eh?
Can't hurt.
I mean,
unless he's selling drugs, in which case it could hurt.
I mean, drugs would be more useful to me right now than what he is selling. So... It's just inspect, not an enter. Wires are sparking dangerously just above the doorway. Patch the worn-out wire coating. A quick patch job with some nearby waste rubber leaves the wires safe once more. Yeah, that's one spot fixed. Its market stall has been picked clean, its owner replaced by a pool of dried blood. Oof. Yeah, there's the Lotus Den. I should wander around a little more, see what I can find. And perhaps even wander back towards the entrance now, knowing that, knowing what I'm looking for. Or, knowing that I'm looking for spots to repair chi. Or to, repair the flow. There might have been a few spots around here that just weren't interactable because there wasn't a need to interact with them. But looks like not. I have not. I've played the other two games, but not Hong Kong. A well-muscled and heavily tattooed Triad member looks up from his PDA, bored but alert. Behind him, other Yellow Lotus soldiers take notice and turn to leer at you. Cool, thanks. I appreciate that. You're in the wrong neighborhood, tourist boy. You and all your little tourist friends. I'm a local. I work for Kindly Chung. Show some respect. The Triad soldier sneers at her. That's so. Then you already know that you shouldn't be here. That fossil doesn't run things round here anymore. His hand strays to his jacket, and a conspicuous bulge in the fabric. Could be a gun, a knife, or a blackjack. Best get moving, little girl. Best move before we hurt you all real bad. I'm not gonna tell you twice. We're here to deliver a message to Strangler Bao. He pauses in mock consideration. No, I don't think so. We haven't been told to expect anyone. Look, this is a message directly from Kindly Chung to Strangler Bao. They're both above your station. You want to stand in the way of that? I sure as hell wouldn't. This is a trick. You're just trying to get close to Bao so that you can put a bullet in him. We're just couriers. All that we want to do is put a memory stick in your boss's hands and blow. No, I don't think so. You don't get near Strangler Bao. And you don't talk to us again either, understand? Try to pass by my boys and we'll punch holes in you until daylight shines through. Alright, we're leaving. There must be another way in. It's not this way. Oh, I can walk past there, huh? They won't aggro? You come upon a heavily muscled Triad soldier screaming at a bearded old man holding a bleeding nose. The punk wags a cheap, disposable cred stick in the old man's face. This? The bright plastic case would look cheerful if it weren't smeared with blood. This isn't enough. You've got two options, old man. You can find a way to pay me all the money, or you can drag your bony ass deeper into the wall. Find a spot for yourself in there with the pimps and the predators. They should find a nice use for you. Your choice. The old man wails. It's not fair. I can't just pack up and leave. I've been living here for 22 years, and Is this how it's going to be? He rolls his burly shoulders. Fine by me. He's out cold. Can I help him? These tires have been set aflame and have been burning for some time. The smell is awful. mean, tire fire sounds like feng shui, but it seems I'm unable to put it out. Bucket of sand. That'd be a way to put out a fire. Pour the bucket of sand onto the flames. The flames are stifled beneath the dirty sand and soil from the bucket.
Hello, Daddy. What you doing up there?
Aww.
Funny, funny you. Don't you go hopping down into places where you should not be.
That looks like another bucket of sand.
Daddy. Don't, don't do that.
Can't go any further than that, in that direction. Well, let's see here. I don't want to mess with the door panel just yet. Oh, there's multiple door panels, okay. Well, then that might not be what I think it is, or what I thought it was. Maggots churn within stews of unidentifiable ingredients. A tubby man with a twice-broken nose glances up at you from a pile of gun parts. He offers you a gap-toothed smile. Nice firearms here. Good for protection. You got a husband or wife? You got kids? You keep them safe with one of these beauties. Quality is guaranteed. Your satisfaction is everything. You want to buy? Bao know you're selling guns in his area? Got Bao's permission to sell weapons in this stall. Been selling a lot of them, even more than usual. He grins. That's good for me. Ever heard anyone say prosperity is in the walled city? If you're an organ legger or a gun runner or a triad, there sure as shit is. Otherwise, you're looking at a hand-to-mouth, meal-to-meal existence here. Show me what you got. That's a little better. Yeah, I'm probably fine with what I have for now. How do you stand it here? Business is good here, man. Real good. Yeah, it's disgusting, but you go where the market is. The door has been secured by a series of heavy bars with old motors to retract them. A stained and soiled keypad has been set into the door frame. I don't have any codes. The door is secured by a lock with a badly dented keypad. The keys themselves are deeply scored, as though somebody had gone to work on them with a penknife. I'll ask Isabel to bypass the panel shortly. I'm guessing geographically that that's probably about where I want to wind up. And I want to be sure there's nothing else here to find before I proceed. Oh, this guy. The Yellow Lotus Enforcer glares at you. You can see the outline of the old man's cred stick in his vest pocket. He flexes and his muscles bulge. What do you want? Step away, asshole, right now. I thought I'd relieve you of the burden of currency. Cred stick, please. That's not what you did to that old man back there. I'm here to get his money back. I've got a better idea. Think I'll take your money instead. He licks his lips. Give me your cred sticks or you'll get what the old guy got. I'm not playing around. Shaking down a Shadowrunner isn't a good idea, sweetheart. Give me the old man's stick before I put a hole where your head is. He comes up short, frowning. His eyes shift from you to Duncan to the assault rifle on Duncan's back. Oh, to hell with it. There's nothing in this old stick anyway. He tosses the cheap stick back to you. The balance on its LED screen reads 063. You got what you came for. Now get out, yeah? I got a date in an hour, and I don't need you messing it up. Remember this the next time you decide to shake down an old man. He waves you off. Yeah, get out. This old rusted water valve might be able to close off the flow of water that's pouring out of the broken pipe. Wrench on the shut-off controls. Flow of water ceases. Less clean water will run off into the streets now. There we go. Can't go any further that way, so let's back up there. Talk to the old man. I don't want any trouble, boss. Please, just leave me be. Hand him back his cred stick. Here you go, man. Got this back for you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't have anything that I can reward you with, but I appreciate what you did. Do you know anything? Thank you so much. This is everything I have in the world. She was right around here, I think.
President Grant established the Department of Justice.
The young woman startles at your approach, fumbling for something in her pocket. When she recognizes you, she relaxes. Is it done? It's done. Thank you so much. The young woman sighs with relief. She opens the flap on her satchel, reaches inside, and produces a plastic sheath. I'm not magically active, so I can't see the flow of chi in the area, but I've got test strips, little sheets of paper embedded with chi-sensitive bacteria. It's a close relative of FAB, but it doesn't see much use outside of Hong Kong. She pulls a strip out of her sheath and holds it to the air. Within seconds, it turns ink black. She lets out a dejected sigh, her eyes shifting from the strip to her watch to the strip again. She looks utterly defeated. Damn it! I've been making adjustments for weeks now, trying to get the chi to circulate better, and nothing seems to work. If anything, this one went bad even faster than the control strips I took when I got here. Any idea why? No! It should work. I've followed the texts, done everything right. Chi here is rancid, that's obvious. I swear it's even worse than it should be. No wonder this place is so disgusting. The student coughs and rests her head in her hands. That's it. I'm getting out of here. In a little while. Gotta tell my advisor about this. Thanks for the help. Hope you don't stay long. I sure as hell won't. Daddy?
Oh. Is he chewing on it, or is he just looking out the hole? He's looking out the hole.
Well, he was like nibbling at the edge of it,
okay.
A tiny bit. Not like pulling at it, but just
Yeah.
like, and sticking his nose out.
Cute little kitty.
Uh-huh. I feel like that number isn't significant, but just in case. No. Okay, well. Maybe I'll find those numbers elsewhere. Ask Isabel to bypass this panel. Nothing to it. She loads up a program on her deck and effortlessly decodes the door lock. The door unlocks. This terminal belongs to Bao's people. I bet that we can get something useful out of it. Ask Isabel to jack in. The Matrix Help slide will give you a rundown of some of the features you'll encounter navigating through cyberspace, including System Trace, Matrix Combat, and Watcher IC. Pretty sure I remember most of this. Oh, okay, I see the traces on the floor now. Clear. Okay, so it looks like ducking through the middle is going to be the safest route. Phew. Narrowly dodged. You can either attempt to hack the IC or force your way past it at the cost of additional system trace. Hacking. Blocker IC encounters. When encountering blocker IC, you will be presented with several options for bypassing it. Successfully hacking your way past is the only way to get by without raising system trace unless you happen to have a password. Okay, press start and follow and match the sequences using your numpad or mouse to add more pips for more hack time. Note you can press next as soon as you have even one pip to start step 2. Pressing start again will let you repeat this step. Use the symbol clues here to look for a matching solution out of the 10 choices below. Click the matching solution here based on the clues above. The correct answer will let you hack past the blocker IC. Use caution. A wrong answer will raise a system trace. Okay. What? Yeah. Damn it. Okay. Well, next. This one. This is the one that I need. Security override key code. Very good. Yeah. Let's see pay data. Yeah. The Simon game there is to... It is basically a time buyer. The better you do at it, the more time you have to execute the hack. Oh, geez. What happened? Yeah.
Getting the little lamp there, and unfortunately getting caught with the top that's a little too wide, I think, to let it drop all the way down.
Yeah.
So it wedged in there.
Yes, that very stupid and loud.
Yeah.
And the glass mess. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is actually quite a bit different from what I remember in Dragonfall. The SimSense machine has been left unlocked for restocking. There's a packaged data chip still in the tray. Sure. Steal it. Diddy, what are you doing? One sec. Diddy. Don't get your stuff up, Diddy. Hibbity hobbity hibbity. No, he wasn't. Teddy was tearing at stuff, though. Yeah, what have we here? 60 new yen. It's not nothing. It's not a lot. Going back out this way seems like a bad idea, so I'm going to save real quick before doing that. But it might not be a bad idea, so we shall see. Those guards are still out there, Adol. The same guards that kindly doesn't want us killing. We should probably go out the way that we came in. Okay, so it doesn't even let me. The door has been sealed with a factory-fresh maglock. A high-sec keypad has been set into the frame. Enter a key code. Okay, hold on. I got some data. Mission items. There we go, 7881. Oh, it'd probably work on that other door, too. Maybe I should do that first. Just because I feel like this area will become rather hostile once I've met Bao. Okay, one more time. What was it? 7881. It's not that. Okay. Then that is an unrelated door. Are there any other bits of data? And actually, Hey, bud. I can't talk to you. Okay. Well, alright. The door unlocks. A large man in his 50s stands waiting, his heavily tattooed arms held in a fighter's stance. His bone structure is heavy. Corded muscle stands out on his arms and chest. In his youth, he must have been enormous. He doesn't talk so much as emit a low rumble. I don't know how you got in here, but you've got my attention. Candygram for Strangler Bow. Much love, kindly Chung. You're funny. His eyes get a stony look. I don't do funny. So you have some sort of message from Chung. I can't wait to hear you mangle it. You speak Cantonese so well. He chuckles to himself. But before I hear it, I've a little message for her, too. You tell kindly Chung that her operations are done in the walled city. Strangler Bao has given himself a promotion. And tell her that if she sends any more errand boys to visit him with another message, Strangler Bao is going to send them back in a box. You think you can tell her that, errand boy? Should I write it down for you in English? We just want to hang out, play some video games, do triad stuff. Just slot the stick, listen to the message, and I'll be gone. Okay? I don't get to hear you butcher the message. I'm sad. He grabs the small plastic drive from your hand, slots it into his TRID player. Kindly Chung stands erect, speaks directly to the camera. Mr. Bao, as everyone knows, you are a man of swift action. I respect that. And because of that respect, I will get right to the point. I know where your money is coming from. I know that you have friends working for Straw Sandals like myself. They've been siphoning funds from their organizations. I know about the noodle shop that you launder the money through. I have tasted their broth and found it wanting. The old woman becomes flinty hard. You have been stealing from the Yellow Lotus, glorifying yourself with revenue that we have earned, and I have files to prove it. Bao's eyes widen as files begin to flit across the screen. Receipts, bank reports, personal communications between himself and his men. Kindly Chung continues speaking, smooth and casual. Now, in light of our recent conflict, you might be wondering why I am keeping this information to myself. Why I haven't exposed you so you could be dragged from your lotus den by the balls and slowly roasted on a rotisserie spit. In truth, I respect your ambition. You have a lot to learn about candor and loyalty, but I believe that you still have value. I am still willing to work with you. However, in order for that to happen, we need to come to an understanding about the nature of our partnership. Kindly Chung steps forward, fills the screen. I own you, Bao. You and all of your men. You are my playthings, Dolls to twist and pose as I see fit. I am in this position because I am far better at this than you, and it's time that you learned it. Accept what I am telling you, and we can get back to business. Prosper together. But if you continue your little rebellion, I will mail tiny pieces of you to your children and take their picture as they open the package. She produces one of her thin black cigars, lights it, holds the smoke a long time. You have 24 hours to return to the fold. If you aren't here licking my heels by then, the information will be released and you will become food for fish. Your choice, Bao. 24 hours. The message winks out. Strangler Bao turns away from the screen slowly. His skin is ashen. Get out. He pauses, casts his eyes to the floor. And tell Ms. Chung to expect me at Swift Winds tomorrow. He stands up straight. Tomorrow morning. I'll let her know. Go. Just go. There's definitely an inside to that room. There's also that locked door there.
Former U.S. President Obama pauses mid-speech to let 4-year-old make a point. I don't know what it is, but that's a door.
Mm-hmm.
There he is.
A small meow as he noticed.
Yeah. I missed that.
Wu holds up his hand for everyone to stop, turns to the two of you and hooks his thumbs in his belt. Well, that was a thing. Never thought I'd be shuttling messages between criminals and a Hong Kong syndicate. Can't imagine what Raymond would have wanted in the walled city. This place just feels wrong. Must have been important. He flew all the way here, hired runners for an escort. But why? This place makes you feel like your life has no value, like there's just no point to anything. He sighs and looks at your companion. Great life you have here. Isabel ignores the barb. She's too pleased. I can't believe it. We actually delivered Auntie's message without anyone dying. I've had enough of triads. Let's get out of this pit. I'm with you, Gun Show. I don't need to see this place ever again. Gun Show? Seriously? Wu's goggles point down at Isabel. That's not gonna stick, is it? I don't think there's anything else, so... Nothing else that I have the knowledge to do, at least. It's hard to shake off the walled city. Its gravity clings to you as if wretchedness itself had grown tentacles. The sounds of suffering subside, but their echoes still thrum your insides. Isabel walks quickly, regularly checking over her shoulder as if expecting pursuit from the buildings themselves. She hugs her cyberdeck to her chest as if protecting a small child. Wu pauses a moment and breathes a sigh of relief when you finally reach the streets, but returning to Heoi isn't like coming home. Suspicious looks and closed mouths accent unsmiling faces that billboard a universal message. You don't belong here. Time to report back to Kindly Chung and inform her that the message has been delivered. Get this business over with, get your sin burned, get on to the next step, whatever that is. You leave the City of Darkness behind, head to the Mahjong Parlor, and a date with a crime lord. What is that? A large X fashioned from overlapping strips of peeling duct tape. Interesting. Okay. Maximum law. Bins of electronics crowd every dry patch of deck space on this rusty old boat. A young man wearing bulky virtual reality goggles glances your way for a moment, then turns away in disdain. I'd like to look at your tech. Shop's closed. Get lost.
As seen in various clips shared online, Mr. Obama took several breaks to interact with the child, who said at one point, "We've got the power." Mr. Obama remarked, "He's only 4 and he's making sense." And added, "That boy must be eating straight eggs in school." When again and again you serve up bald-faced lies, that says something about the kind of person you are and the kind of leader you would be if elected to the United States Senate. Or the presidency.
Kindly Chung watches you closely as you walk across the Mahjong Parlor. As you approach, her lieutenant leans in, brings her mouth close to the Triad boss's ear. Chung smiles and nods, her eyes never leaving you. There's a twinkle in the straw sandal's eye. "I've heard from Bao. He got my message. Very clearly. And I understand that there were no casualties created during your little delivery run. I am pleased and surprised." I get that a lot. A wry grin. Do you? Perhaps your bravado is warranted. We'll see. My message was delivered, and Strangler Bao is back in the fold, earning for me. As far as I'm concerned, our transaction is complete. While you were gone, I set the wheels in motion to wipe your identities. She pulls out her PDA, stabs a button with a lacquered fingernail. The order has been sent. Congratulations. You are now sinless. Shadow people. Wu exhales heavily. His eyes remain focused straight ahead, but his shoulders sag. Well, I guess that's done. Yeah, I guess so. But I'm not. Wu pulls himself up to his full height. Whoever gave the kill order on Carter also forced us to give up our identities, and took Raymond. Wu sets his jaw firm. That's all I can think about. Finding who did this. Finding Ray. Kindly Chung holds up a hand. While I was working to get your sins burned, I also had my network look into Raymond Black's disappearance. I've been thinking about what you told me earlier, and I agree. She eyes the room carefully and leans in. I can't just let this lie. Someone killed my runners. It would be a sign of weakness to the Yellow Lotus and to the others if I do nothing.
Later I'll show you the actress that I'm picturing in my head. playing that part.
Okay. She rests her PDA on the mahjong table facing you. The triad boss's tongue slips from her mouth as she looks over the top, hunting for the right button on its upside-down interface. She finds it and looks up at you again. I have news to share with you, my darlings. The kind you won't like. Raymond Black is dead. She taps the button and a recorded newscast appears on the screen. Raymond's photograph appears on the screen behind a reporter standing on the docks in Victoria Harbor. It's a picture you've seen before, a professional portrait taken for a press release about a youth center he was opening in the Redmond Barrens. Under Raymond's photo are the words, Seattle man killed. Another shooting involving the police department. A Seattle community organizer and industrial engineer was apparently shot and killed while resisting arrest at Victoria Harbor last night. HKPF police report that the UCAS man, Raymond Black, was behaving erratically and would not respond to police orders to surrender. No additional information regarding Black or why he was traveling to Hong Kong are available. Police have stated that due to this shooting's proximity to last night's shootout with the White Star, the investigation must remain confidential and no other details are being revealed at this time. Kindly Chung taps the button again and the video closes. Wu puts his hands to his face. This just keeps getting worse. It definitely isn't getting any better, or, you were right, Auntie, that was news I did not like. Definitely isn't getting any better. Raymond's dead. Wu puts his hand over his mouth, trying to process the information. He sways, and for a moment, it looks as if he's going to pass out. Isabel reaches out to touch Wu, but thinks better of it and pulls back her hand. Sorry for your loss. I never had a father, so I don't know what it's like to lose one, but sorry. You okay, Duncan? I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to be okay for a long time, Adol. Kindly taps the video closed. She hunts around the keypad and selects another button. I'm afraid that's not all, my darlings. This is security footage from Victoria Harbor from last night. You'll find it contains a contradiction. The PDA shows silent, grainy video footage of Raymond sitting in a tea shop, flanked by two guards. He's looking down at something in his hand, completely distracted. The footage continues, and the camera displays several black-clad figures entering its field of view from different angles, guns ready. A tall, sharply dressed man in a suit walks briskly towards Raymond, flanked by two more. Raymond stands to face him, and the camera gets a clear view of the suit's face. White plastic. His guards turn to draw weapons, and muzzle flashes erupt from all sides. One of Raymond's guards goes down, and his submachine gun fires wildly, hitting the camera. Wu puts his hands on the table and leans in. Those weren't cops, and Raymond wasn't resisting arrest. What's with that guy's face? Goblet reaches up to stroke the rat perched on her shoulder. Is that a mask?
First time he's done that, to the best of my knowledge.
It doesn't look like a mask. It looks like some sort of semi-rigid plastic implant. Real craftsmanship. She pushes out her lower lip in appreciation. Quite the fashion accessory. It's also the kind of fashion accessory that stands out in a crowd. This guy's either a fool or an arrogant son of a bitch. He sets his jaw firm. Either way, I'm gonna find him. Kindly Chung watches Wu intently. I believe you. Wu stands back and turns to you. What now? We find out who this plastic-faced man is, then we get some answers. With what resources? Chung's eyes sparkle. I'm afraid there are some facts you're going to have to face. She puts on a grave face. You are alone in this country. No network, no money, no identity. I can protect you from the police. But how would you go about discovering what happens to Raymond without me? How would you survive? This is a topic that requires serious consideration. Kindly wipes her hand across a stack of tiles, spreading the ivory-colored pieces across the table. You've had a very long night, my sweets. Very long. And frankly, you all look like shit. Rest now. I promise you safety in my town for the night. We'll talk about the plastic-faced man tomorrow. Kindly gestures to Gobbet and Isabel. Ladies, go find our new friends a place to bed down in that rat's nest squat boat you call home. We'll all talk after you've slept. Figure out our next steps together. Yes, Auntie. Yes, Auntie. Thank you for your help, Auntie. Of course, my sweet. Kindly Chung smiles and her black button eyes flash cold. What are friends for? Can I ask her anything else? No time for runners now. I have other business to attend to. Let me play Mahjong. You two can bunk here for a while. She nods with her nose towards the hatch. You've each got a head to take care of your necessities. Try to knock before you enter someone else's, okay? Seriously. I know the drill. Wu turns to you. Stinks of fish, just like that place we squatted on at Leary Avenue back when we were kids. The one with that Aztlan family and their dog. They were good people. Yeah, until the 162s decided they wanted the place. He wipes his nose with a gloved hand. They were good people. Sorry that had to happen to them. He stretches and his spine pops like a handful of firecrackers. I think I've been up for something like 36 hours straight. He drops his arms. And this has been one shit stain of a day. Time to end it. The orc turns to you, raises an eyebrow. Anything you need before I leave you to it? Is it just you and Isabel living here? Yeah. Gobbet's mouth screws up a bit. Now that Nightjar and Gutshot are gone, it's just us. The squeal of metal grinding on metal rips through the boat. It sounds like it's coming from the level below. And the creepy Russian guy renting the engine room downstairs. Nothing to worry about. He mostly keeps to himself. She checks her PDA. He'll stop soon. He's usually quiet by now. Is there a place for my stuff? Yeah, check the locker over there. You can stash your stuff in it. No one will touch your things in there, and it's a lot bigger than it looks. How'd you get your hands on this place? How do people like us get our hands on anything? We found it. You found it empty? He sweeps his eyes across the cabin. The doubt is plain on his face. Somebody abandoned a prime piece of real estate like this? She shrugs. Close enough. It was full of BTL junkies when we came across it. They were completely wigged out on some multiplayer cyber game. I'm not sure they ever chipped out of it. They were completely emaciated, stewing in piles of their own shit. Their eyes had sunk into their skulls. Pretty gruesome stuff. They racked up a killer score, though. True, they had the moves. Should have hung an IV while they were playing, though. Turns out nutrition is important. So what happened? Did they die? She shrugs. Nightjar ran him out. Not sure what happened to them after that. Anyway, it's ours now. Auntie Chung said so. All but the engine room, you mean? Right. Everything but that. Auntie rented it out from under us. That must have pissed you off. She shrugs. Whatever. We weren't using it. As long as our downstairs neighbor keeps to himself, he can have the lower level, especially if it keeps Auntie Chung happy. I think I'll have a look around. Okay, but get some sleep soon. You look like you could use it. We'll go see Kindly in the morning, figure out our next move. That looks like my room. This is Duncan's. Let's talk to him. Hey, Adol. I got some things I gotta take care of here. Let's talk later. That's a setup. Come back later, Adol the Red. I'm busy. Hey, Seattle. I'm not really in the mood to hang out right now. Heavy stuff going down, you know? It'll be fine, but for the time being, I'd rather be alone. We'll talk later, though. Nothing else in here? Well, okay. Back down I go. Yeah, nothing in my stash yet. Nothing in the toilet. The cot in your cabin is neatly made with crisp-looking sheets and an insulated plastic blanket. A fine layer of dust coats its surface. It's been a long time since anybody slept here. Go to sleep. You climb into the cot and worm your way under the sheets. They've been starched, stiff as boards, but you've slept beneath worse. The lice and bedbugs that plagued your old prison cell are mercifully absent here, and the salt air is fresher than the rancid stink of the Redmond Barrens. The moment your head hits the pillow, exhaustion sets in. You can barely keep your eyes open. Sleep washes over you like a warm bath, and everything goes black. The dream is suffocating, the shifting tunnel of glass and steel, the towering silhouette of dark majesty, the shadowy doorway, and the teeth. They snap at your heels as you claw your way back to consciousness. Given my Earth Dawn background, I'm getting Bone Crown vibes from that entity we were seeing there. Dealing with a horror is never fun, and it's always something that I dread when I encounter Shadowrun. Well, you know, dread in character. Out of character, I'm kind of thrilled about it. It's exciting. You open your eyes to Duncan looming over you. He shakes your shoulder roughly. Adol! Come on, Adol, wake up. We gotta go talk to Kindly. The others have already left. That was one rough night. Lets go of your shoulder, cocks a thumb at the hatch. We gotta go. I've been trying to wake you for a while now. You were thrashing around in your sleep. Glad you did. I was having one hell of a nightmare. He reaches up and rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I didn't sleep well either. I had a bad dream last night, too. What about? He shrugs. I never remember my dreams all that well. It was probably motion sickness. Not used to sleeping on a boat. I woke up a little while ago and hit the head, then I came back and woke you. You doing okay? I'll survive. His fingers hit a knot. He winces. Man, nothing's gone right since we stepped foot in this country. I'll tell you something, though, and this is after a full night's sleep. I don't believe Ray is dead. What makes you say that? Think about it. That statement from the cops on the newscast could be fake. Ours was. And that surveillance footage? We never saw Raymond get shot. The camera was hit by stray gunfire. His passion is intense, but contained, focused. Raymond's alive, Adol. I know it. So what do you want to do now? I don't know. Wait for a lead to turn up, I guess. He smiles. His teeth are white and straight and perfect. I'm just the muscle, remember? You're the brains of this outfit. Just like when we were kids. God, I feel like I'm 12 years old again. Squatting on a stinking trawler. My partner's gone, Raymond's gone. Hell, I'm gone. I don't even have a name anymore. And now, I can't even go to sleep and hide from it all without having a nightmare. His jaw tightens and his teeth grind so loud you can hear it. What else is going to be taken away from me? It's time for us to turn the tables, do some taking of our own. Wu's head cocks like he's got the scent of something. I've heard that tone before. What are you talking about, Adol? What tone? I don't have a tone. Please, I've known you since you were 12. You think I don't know your let's make some trouble tone? He takes a step forward. What are you thinking? That kindly Chung wants to be our fixer. It makes sense. He crosses his arms, considering. Shadowrunners. Oh man, I have to think about this. He shakes his head slowly, lets out a groan. This isn't the way it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be a cop. You get to keep your gun, that's something. And I want a pony, but we play the cards we're dealt. He drops his hands to his hips and takes a couple of deep breaths. That's right. That's right. It's like Ray always said. Shut up, Duncan, and let Adol do the talking. Life is improvisation. Yeah, he chuckles, finally. Raymond liked to talk in bumper stickers. Wu drifts off for a moment, the curl of a smile surrounding his tusks. Then his head dips a bit and the smile fades. He draws a ragged breath. Whatever. He checks his watch. Gobbett and Isabel left a while ago. We should get going too. See what that triad lady has to say. And now, I think I'm going to call it a night. That seems like a nice stopping point. Leaves us with a flag to start from on Wednesday, hopefully. So yeah, Wednesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Come back here, more Shadowrunning. Now let's see who's around to raid. I know Nightshade isn't going to be streaming, so... The lady. Nope. You know what? I think I'll just leave it off there. No raids tonight. So, thanks again for watching, and I do hope to see you next time. Good night, everybody.